I'd like to call to order the March 25th, 2024 meeting of the Charleston School Board Trustees. I'd ask everybody to please stand as we observe a moment of silence in support of all of our great students and our wonderful teachers and support staffs. And also that we wish one of our fellow trustees, Ms. McKinney, a fast recovery. And Ms. Bailey, I hope you're feeling better too. Thank you. Mr. Kelly, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. On to item 1C, which is the adoption of the agenda. We'll now consider the adoption of the agenda as presented for our meeting. Do I have a motion?
I so move.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, vote aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Are we on board?
Oh, yeah, are we on board docs?
Aye.
Ms. McKinney, are you there?
Miss Bailey. Can you hear me?
Ms. Bailey, are you able to get into board docs?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I vote aye. I'll back out and come back in.
Excellent. Moving on to, and the agenda is approved as presented. On to item 1D and E. I move to approve the minutes of the February 26th and March 11th, February 26th, 2024 board meeting minutes and approval of the March 11th, 2024 committee of the whole minutes.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please vote.
Aye.
And the minutes are approved as presented. We'll move on to section 2A, which is a special recognition. And the board recognizes Ms. Denny.
Greetings, Board of Trustees. At this time, I would like to read a proclamation recognizing April as the month of military child. You'll notice at your seats, you have buttons, purple buttons in support of the month of military child. While our guests are coming around, they'll enter in the front of the room. I'll introduce Ms. Sarah Shackleton, Ms. Anna Bilbo, and Mr. Jennifer Omer. Ms. Shackleton and Ms. Bilbo both represent the Military Child Education Coalition, and Ms. Omer is the school liaison program manager for Joint Base Charleston. After I read the proclamation, we'll present the certificate, and then at that time, we'll take a picture with the Board of Trustees. Whereas military youth of today and tomorrow promise to be among the most active and involved populations in our nation's history, and whereas the Charleston County School District is honored to work with Joint Base Charleston installation personnel to provide support to children of service members as they transition between schools to address their distinct needs and prepare them to graduate as well-rounded citizens, ready for college and career. And whereas the physical, social, and emotional well-being of children in military families is essential to their success and has a direct impact on the resilience of military families serving our country. The Military Child Education Coalition, MCEC, is committed to aiding in these issues that are faced by these children and their families, ensuring that they are afforded the same opportunities for educational success. And whereas by ensuring military children are safe and supported in our schools and communities, our men and women in uniform can focus on challenges and their mission. And whereas our efforts and support can improve the lives of military youth and help pave the way for future generations. Therefore, be it resolved that Anita Huggins, Superintendent of Charleston County School District, does hereby proclaim the Charleston County School District Military Child Month. We urge everyone to take the time to honor our military youth and family members who care for them. Yes, please, if you'd like to come around for a picture, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you for all that you do to support our military children.
Excellent. Moving on to item 3A, which is our public comments. Before we proceed, and I turn it over to Ms. Watley, let's go chair. I just would like to take a moment to remind everyone of the importance of maintaining respectful, inclusive environment during this portion of our meeting. We welcome diverse perspectives, opinions, and we value the opportunity to hear from our community members. Tonight, we have a full list, so we will get, I'll let Ms. Watley explain tonight's rules, procedures.
Thank you. We actually have an overflow of people, so we have more than 30 people. For policy, we only go with 30, so each person will get a minute. And I'm going to call you up about 4 at a time, if you don't mind. And before you begin your comment, please state your name. I'm going to start with Cynthia Smalls, Anthony Bryant. This is all I have. Apostle Millicent is it Trey Middleton? Apologize if I say it wrong. Bradley Taggart. And also per policy, there's in the boardroom, it's not a place for protest, so no placards or signs or anything like that being held up.
I stand corrected, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
My name is Reverend Cynthia Smalls. Thank you all. Hope you're having a good evening. But I'm here today to talk about teachers' salary. As I reflect, and I thought, how can a teacher survive on what we are paying? We should be ashamed of ourselves, especially when I look at 75 Calhoun. And if we take it, if you fools will take a survey and look at the salaries that we're paying here at 75 Calhoun, think about it. We all deserve our pay. We earn it. But these teachers have went to school to take care of themselves and their families and can't live. We should feel bad. We should feel bad. Y'all gave a superintendent $275,000 who has not earned it. Her position, nothing against her, and I love her. She's a wonderful person. I'm only talking when I'm talking about the facts. We need to look at that. Take care of our teachers and our classifieds so they can take care of their family.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Andy, when I saw the closing of minutes last February 26th, and I talked about the speech and observation of speech by solicitors, attorney generals, Department of Justice, whoever. But the real question becomes, 65 acres of land was sold in the fair recently. That was from the public to a private developer who had a relationship with the charter school. We hope and pray that he understands, according to his taxes, his property to ensure that you get funded. And we want to make sure all developers around here know that they can get taxed. All new developers get taxed by developers. Tax out the you know what, to make sure that this budget is funded fully. To make sure the developers know you want to tax them this year.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Melissa Trey, Middleton here. I'm here on part of the naming of the new school of Johns Island. And I'm here to speak personally as a voice because things was being shared one-sided. And I wanted to make it clear that it was not a rally to not put it in one person's name, but because there were so many names that were great and deserving of the accolades, including my mother, Hermina B. Treya, which I did not even vote for her. Voting for the graphic was the more appropriate thing to do. It was given by the board to suggest that we name it after the graphic if we could not come up with a person to name the school after. Thank you.
Back at Jesse Road, Johns Island. I have two children that attend Angel Oak Elementary, and the reason I'm here this evening is to support naming our new D9 school, Johns Island Elementary. It was the name that was preferred by the school naming committee. There was a poll on the main Johns Island social media page, and the results were sent to all of you last week. It was a large poll with over 300 respondents, and 72% of those people said they preferred the name Johns Island Elementary rather than Esau Jenkins Elementary. The people of Johns Island deserve to be able to name our community's new school building, and the name preferred by residents by a wide margin is Johns Island Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you. The next four, Monica Smith, Melissa Reese, Elizabeth Darby, Brooks Wetmore.
Good evening, everyone. I represent the D9 board for over 15 years plus.
Please state your name.
My name is Monica Smith
Thank you.
from the D9 board. I'm a resident of Wadmalaw Island. I have sat on the D9 board for over 15 years plus. I'm here because I agree that the school name should be the Jenkins, Esau Jenkins and Janie Jenkins for their history and all the educational services that they have done on the Wadmalaw Island and Johns Island. I also have had two children that graduated from Frierson, Hookup, and St. John's. I have been a volunteer for many, many years in this district, and I represent the majority of what the Wadmalaw Island people came to me and asked that I represent Esau Jenkins and Janie Jenkins, Mr. and Mrs. Esau Jenkins. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Reese. I'm a parent of a child at a Montessori school in CCSD, as well as a 15-year educator with the last 8 years spent in Montessori and CCSD. First, thank you as always for the work that you do in CCSD and all of its stakeholders. I am here today not only to advocate on behalf of myself and other teachers who have come to depend on both funding sources of the teacher raises, but for all the other support staff from our day porters to TAs, but especially our Montessori TAs, who are an integral part of our students' educational experience each and every day. Without our classified staff, our schools do not function well, and it takes all kinds and everyone in between to make sure our students are the heart of our work. I know that this board in front of us did not create this problem, and you have worked to problem solve and increase pay, which has resulted in a reduction of teacher vacancies this year, which again, I say thank you. So today I ask that you support the proposed budget with raises across the board for classified staff and teachers. Budgets are reflections of values, and our budgets need to compensate all those in classrooms and schools to make a livable wage so that we can continue to make the task of educating, advancing, and loving and growing our scholars. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Brooks Wetmore. I'm 16. I am a high school student enrolled in the CCSD school system, and I'm here in support of an increase in teacher and school-based employee salaries. My math teacher has given up her planning period this year to tutor me. My English teacher attends every single theatrical production and choir concert. My history teacher grades assignments after a night of coaching the football team. Even so, my teachers are expected to show up to class every morning prepared to teach, as I am expected to show up ready to learn. I cannot imagine a group of people more dedicated to their occupation. I believe that the $5,000 bonus added last year should become a permanent part of their salaries at least. This, coupled with an increase in compensation for school-based employees, would ensure that the teachers that I love can keep loving their jobs. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Darby. I am a local business owner, sister of one of Charleston County School District's top teachers, and most importantly, a mom of two that will be entering the elementary school in the next few years. I'm here to advocate for making last year's $5,000 bonus a part of every teacher's regular salary. I've watched my sister over the years work summer jobs and weekends to make ends meet, all while staying up at night to grade papers and work on lesson plans. We lose passionate teachers because this career path is known for not providing a livable wage. As parents, we will do anything for our children, so we must take care of those teaching our children. By investing in our teachers, we are investing in our next generation of leaders. I thank you for making this happen.
Maya Bundy, Zach Viscaldi, sorry if I mispronounce it, Julia Royal, and Daniel Brownstein. Go ahead.
My name is Maya Bundy, and I'm a junior at School of the Arts. I'm here today to support an increase in teacher and school-based employee compensation. During the school year, I see my teachers more than I see my parents. They are an integral part of my life, and they must be compensated fairly for the vital role they have played in my development. My math teacher keeps a remind text open for questions we may have while doing our homework after school. She once answered a student question past midnight, and when we joked about it the next morning, she revealed that she was working the closing shift at the restaurant where she works her second job when she answered our question. This represents my teachers perfectly, totally and completely committed to their students, but forced to work second jobs to earn livable salaries. I believe that a $5,000 increase in teacher salaries and substantial increase in school-based classified employee salaries would benefit the educational environment and improve outcomes for students like me who rely on these educators to shape us into young adults. I cherish all of my teachers and I'm here to support them. I hope that you will too.
Zach Basidi. I'm here today to advocate for the increase of a livable wage for teachers, for myself, my wife, and the thousands of educators and classified staff who really devote their lives and spend a lot more time than they need to caring about the children of other people. I have a master's degree and my wife does as well. And combined, we have more than 30 years of experience teaching in South Carolina public schools, and we struggle. We live a very middle-class life, and that's fine, but we did not sign up for a life of poverty. This $5,000 increase means a lot to my family. It means we get to have some avocado toast, but it also means that we get to invest back in our classroom and pay medical bills and save for retirement and save for our emergency fund. So as you please debate this, consider the people that it will impact and the things that they will prioritize. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julia Royal. I'm a high school world language teacher in Charleston County. This is my 21st year in education, and I absolutely love what I do every day. And what is so hard right now is watching young educators and people around my age that are leaving because they cannot afford to do the job and live in Charleston. So I'm here to ask you to please vote for the $5,000 increase with equal increases throughout the pay scale to ensure fair compensation for all of our school-based staff. I realize I have 30 seconds. So I was looking around school today thinking about what to say, and every person in that building is so valuable to these children. And not only do we teachers need the pay raise, but every single person in that building can have the impact that a teacher has. So please consider the raises for all of us. Thank you.
Good evening, school board. My name is Daniel Brownstein. I'm a town of Mount Pleasant town council person, as well as the parent of two CCSD students. And I'd like to thank you for your service. I know y'all have a very difficult job. Two topics to hit real quick. The first, I'm here in support of our district's teachers and classified staff. I was reading in the paper that the CCSD finalist for Teacher of the Year from Carolina Park is actually a teacher who commutes in each day from James Island. And I can only think of how tired that person is at the end of their day when they get home and still have to grade papers and plan for lessons. So anything that you can do to pay our teachers a livable wage where they can actually live where they teach is something that we highly support in Mount Pleasant, and we're happy to help you in any way that we can with that. Real quick, in my remaining time, I did want to bring something to your attention. We sadly had a student who was hit by a car outside of Lucy Beckham High School. There's a dangerous crossing there on Whipple Road. I understand in speaking with Mr. Barowie that there's some lighting improvements that will take place. We are highly appreciative of that. We think long-term, though, there may be some different parking configurations or intersection configurations that will need to be addressed as well. So thank you very much for your time and for your service.
Thank you. If you don't mind, maybe emailing us about the crosswalk.
Okay,
Thank you. Cindy Van Bjork. Megan. I'm sorry, I'm just going to let you tell us your last name. Patrick Martin and Craig Logan.
Good evening. My name is Sydney Van Bullock, and I am one of the teachers that this district lost due to lack of payment, basically. I could not make ends meet. I could not pay my rent on teacher salary. My assistant made half of what I made. So I want you to imagine what that life looks like. So I'm here to advocate for every single educator in this district. Last year, the argument was made that it would make rent go up. And I would just want, as someone who has rented in this town for over a decade, there's not a single apartment complex in this county that will charge 1 penny less than what the market value will allow them to charge. So it does not matter what you do. Please give these teachers the raises that they deserve. And if you are looking to build bridges instead of walls, the best opportunity that you could do for Johns Island is to name it after a historical figure who has made such an incredible difference in the education of that community. Thank you.
Hi, Megan Majeski. I'm here to point out an issue that classified staff face regarding pay and the pay structure that is dictated by the district. Let's take, for example, a TA, a student concern specialist, a parent liaison, with both a bachelor's degree and 10 years experience. Not only do they only make $19.54 an hour, but they also have to take that pay for their 190 days of work spread out over 12 months. So taking into account our mandatory 9% retirement withholding, healthcare withholding, taxes, we're looking at maybe twice monthly pay of $850. That is $1,700 a month. On another note, knowing or even loving someone who is Black does not negate one's responsibility to look within and examine one's own personal biases. It is possible to know and love Black people, to consider them among our closest friends and family, and yet still harbor unconscious biases that color our perceptions and actions. See color, appreciate color, respect color. Don't ignore it. And by all means, if you choose to ignore it, don't proudly assert that on the grounds of the Mother Emanuel Church downtown.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Martin. I'm a Charleston County School District teacher, and I just wanted to thank the school board for their contribution last year to correcting the teacher retention and recruitment crisis that's plaguing our classrooms. What you did last year was the beginning of what could be a revolutionary legacy of investing in people and investing in our teachers, and therefore investing in our students. So we're here today to ask you to continue this investment, right? As you might know, that continued investment is what really pays the dividends. So today we really must make sure that we incorporate the $5,000 bonus into our salary schedule. Teachers have really come to depend on that money, and we thought in earnest that that was kind of the idea, is that this is part of a multi-year process. We also must pay all of our educators. We must get our school-based classified employees up to 98 or 99% of their market value. This year's budget must compensate all educators and that spend the day working with students. And I'd also like to commend the district for proposing a budget which includes a weighted student formula that will help empower us to bridge the gap with our ESSER funds and empower our principals and our teachers to really fund the schools the way they fund best. Thank you.
Hey, good evening. My name is Craig Logan. I am here to support the naming of the new Johns Island Elementary School and to support raises for teachers and school-based employees. There has to be a systematic change to improve the outcomes for all students. These systems, including advancing the increase for teachers and honoring the legacy from a pioneer who led the way to education on Johns Island, and for that education to be what we know it is today. The fact that these two issues are up for debate should not be the question before this board. Teachers are needed and school staff are needed as well. It is not new for schools to be named after people. Take, for example, Lucy Becker. Esau and Janie Jenkins should have the school named for them because education is their legacy. Naming an elementary school after a civil rights leader honors the legacy and promotes the value, equity, and justice, and perseverance. It serves as a constant reminder to students of the importance of standing up for what is right and fighting against discrimination and injustice. And if you are here in support of teacher pay and also supporting the naming of the Johns Island Elementary School after Esau and Janie Jenkins, please stand.
And Jessica Town, Patty Dennis Gallagher, Thomas Dixon, Patricia Jones.
My name is Jessica Town. I'm a member of St. Matthew's Lutheran Church in Cajun. Thank you for listening to me. I'm here to also encourage you to name the new elementary school after Esau and Janie Jenkins, local heroes whom everyone associated with the new school can look up to. I'm also here to encourage all of you to attend the April 15th Nehemiah Action at 7 p.m. at the Mount Moriah Missionary Baptist Church in North Charleston. Your own policy manual states that this board is committed to a constant awareness of the concerns and desires of the whole community. I assure you the whole community will be at the action, ready to make you aware of concerns and desires. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for taking the time to hear us. My name is Patty Dennis Gallagher, and I'm a third grade teacher at Angel Oak Elementary. Studies have shown that teachers are the #1 determining factor in the classroom. Basically, we're your most important asset. This evening, you have and will hear many reasons for additional teacher compensation. I would like to put that in perspective for you with an incident that happened this school year at Angel Oak Elementary. On Johns Island, we had a community shooter, an individual who had a breakdown and was randomly shooting at people, things, and passing cars. We were placed on a hold for several hours. At the end of the day, we were still on hold, and my students had to be escorted from our learning cottage to the building by armed officers. The shooter never entered our campus. Students were perfectly safe while they were in attendance. But during that time, every single adult in our building had to ask themselves, what would we do if that gentleman entered our building? First, for the first time in my career, I had to ask myself the hard question, would I put my life on the line for my students? And my answer was yes. And I need to ask you, will you put your dollars on the line for your school district? Your answer should also be yes.
Pastor Thomas Dixon. When we look honestly at the body of actual education advocacy Esau and Janie Jenkins did, naming the school after them is a no-brainer. Esau Jenkins started the Progressive Club where he set up the first citizenship school so African Americans could pass the literacy test required to vote. Esau Jenkins founded the district's Hot Gap School. Esau and Janie Jenkins bought a Volkswagen van to drive students to school because they knew that education was the key to success. Esau would drive the van to downtown schools while Janie was teaching the students to read. Esau and Janie Jenkins should have this school named for them simply because education is their legacy. In Charleston County, it's okay for streets to be named after white supremacists and even to have an elementary school in downtown Charleston named after a Confederate secessionist. But there's a problem with the school being named in honor of two of the most documented, dedicated African-American educators of all times. And that is ludicrous at best and racist at worst. Newcomers to Johns Island cannot erase the footprints of Black Johns Islanders. Oh, and a question as I leave the podium. Isn't 75 Calhoun supposed to be 75 Mother Emanuel Way now?
Yep.
Good evening. I'm the Reverend Patricia Bligent Jones. I have just 3 things for you since Pastor Dixon has given us a history lesson on why the new D9 school should be named after Esau and Janie Jenkins. Name the school after Esau and Janie Jenkins. Rename Angel Oak Elementary to John and Maddie Washington, since their legacy is education as well. They educated many hundreds of young people on Johns Island. And I believe that would be an honor for them to have a school. Their family will have a legacy to look upon and see the work that their parents did. And finally, pay our teachers a livable wage. Just pay them a livable wage. Thank you.
Jake Perlmutter. Melissa Brubaker, Brian Coleman, and Katya Gathers.
Can we all come together, make it quicker? All right, I'm Jake Perlmutter. I'm the principal of Academic Magna High School.
Katisha Gathers, principal of Hunley Park Elementary School.
Brian Coleman, proud principal of Cario Middle School. Good evening. We are the newly minted CCSD Star Principals, and we are here together to say thank you in advance for the difficult work that you have ahead of you as you navigate the budgeting process. We ask you to prioritize the following 3 items as you work towards a final balanced school district budget. 1, classified pay raises as proposed by the CCSD Compensation Task Force. As school principals, we are in the best position to know that these undercompensated positions are critically important to the success of our schools. There simply cannot be another budget cycle without substantial market adjustments for these positions. The proposed weighted student funding formula that recognizes and addresses potential gaps in students' academic readiness levels and offers appropriate support. As principals, we have looked closely at the proposal from Superintendent Huggins and are eager for both the support and the accountability of weighted student funding. Lastly, the Teacher Compensation Task Force recommendations for teacher pay. We all know that no school is better than her teachers, and this task force has done an excellent job of explaining why our teacher compensation should be increased. We have an opportunity to say clearly that we support the teachers who support our students. As a district, if we can prioritize these 3 things, which are all school-based and people first, then we've gone a long way to provide the resources that our schools, students, and employees need to be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We were joined by Michelle Connor, another star principal this year.
Well, Michelle is next on my list. So Parker Usury. Oh, sorry, please state your name.
Melissa Brubaker.
Yeah, and that's 2. No, the last one you counting as 2.
I went ahead and grouped them all together.
But are you counting as all 3 or just 2? I'm asking how you're counting.
Right there.
Michelle.
Right, that's who's up at the betting.
Right.
Ms. Brubaker, please, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Melissa Brubaker again. I'm here to quickly talk about a smattering of things that are on the agenda tonight. First, I'm here to show support for CKLA adoption. As I was one of the most outspoken about EL, I felt like it was important for me to say that CKLA is the only appropriate replacement that we had in those choices. So I hope that you will support the adoption of that. Second, I want to share my support for other parts of the budget package that are coming up, particularly with the teacher and classified pay. I was floored when I looked at the listings this week, and across from my school, a 1,200 square foot bungalow is posted for $659,000. I can't afford to live across the street from my school. Talk about my teachers being able to find housing. That's not okay. And $5,000 won't make that gap either. But our teachers are driving in from Moncks Corner and farther away. Teachers that want to own homes cannot own homes at this point. Teachers are sharing with other teachers to make ends meet. That's not okay. So please, I will leave the rest of it off. I think it's been covered, but please take care of that piece of it. Thank you.
Michelle Connor, Parker Usury, Penn Duker, and Ronald Latson.
I'm Parker. I don't know if Michelle is here.
Michelle.
Oh.
Michelle was with the group of teachers, of principals.
Oh, is she in the group? Okay.
Parker Ussery. I'm here to condemn yet another instance of potential systemic racism within this board, to demand that the new elementary school be named Janie and Esau Jenkins Elementary because it is more than deserved. In this district's schools, I have learned about white men like Burke and Pinckney who have CCSD schools named after them, Ravenel, Calhoun, and Rutledge. However, this district has failed to teach me about Black Charleston icons, Robert Smalls, Septima P. Clark, Denmark Vesey, Esau and Janie Jenkins, just to name a few. This is not a coincidence. This is racism. And the refusal to name the school the Esau and Janie Jenkins School would be racism too. As a student at Lucy Beckham, also named about a person, I stand with the future students of Janie and Esau Jenkins Elementary. I also stand behind the teachers asking for a well-deserved raise. The students of CCSD stand behind them. We all know y'all continue to be ridiculous, but we continue to resist, so I'll see you here next month.
My name's Penn. I'm here tonight to ask that you name the new elementary school on Johns Island to Esau and Janie Jenkins Elementary. The Jenkins devoted their entire life to filling in the gaps in their community left by systemic racism. Their main focus was education for both children and adults. They drove buses from the island to Charleston to ensure Black children got the education they deserved. They offered citizenship classes to adults to make sure that they could register to vote. Esau and Janie Jenkins made Johns Island what it is today, and yet I've never been taught about them in all my years as a CCSD student. Esau and Janie Jenkins Elementary is the name preferred by local leaders, historians, and most of the community members who spoke tonight, which I find more significant than a Facebook poll. I would also like to thank Trustee Waters, Grabowski, and Superintendent Huggins for already accepting the invitation to KJM's Nehemiah Action on April 15th. I hope to see the entire board there. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Commissioner Ronald Latson. Today I come before you as a leader of many men. I come to you as a commissioner. I come to you as a school board member of the James Island Charter High School. Finally, I come to you as a community leader and a public servant. Just like myself, I come to you to speak about this great community icon and his wife, Esau and Janie Jenkins. I recommend to the school board to acknowledge the community's request and the naming of the new Johns Island Elementary School. This being in honor of the work and legacy of these two great people. Unfortunately, throughout Charleston, there isn't many historical landmarks representing our past leaders. So I'm asking you to grant the community's wish so that my children and my children's children can be educated and have memories of the generations to come. Thank you.
And the final two, James Dallas, Victor Williams.
Good evening, James Dallas, principal at E.B. Ellington Elementary School. On numerous occasions, the board and the community at large have had the opportunity to review historical reading data for CCSD students. What we have and continue to see is that many of our students of color have not fared as well as their counterparts on national assessments in reading. We all know that reading is a gateway to future success and that school systems have the awesome responsibility of making sure that the lived experiences of students are taken into account when adopting a new curriculum. At their core, an ELA curriculum must have strong grounding in foundational reading skills such as phonics, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, comprehension, and fluency. More importantly, it's paramount that we adopt a curriculum that is student-centered and that supports varied entry points in student background knowledge. Without considering these important factors, we naturally assume that all children are at the same place in their learning. Amplify CKLA is a knowledge-building curriculum that makes no assumptions about what students know or don't know, nor does it take for granted that all students have had the same exposure to literacy. It is also a thinking teacher's curriculum that allows teachers the opportunity to personalize the learning experience for their students. I personally want to thank each teacher who participated on the ELA adoption committee. I value the work of each member of the committee and thank them for their time and commitment to our students. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Victor Williams. I'm the co-chair of the Democratic Party of James Island, Folly Beach. I'm here in support of renaming the school, Esau and Janie Jenkins. Johns Island local unsung heroes of the South, acclaimed by Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. Also, the civil rights activists, community activists. Some of their accomplishments were the civilian school, the Progressive Club, credit unions. They purchased vehicles to transport children from Johns Island to Charleston. They took people to vote. But, I just wanted to be known that, to sum this all up for me, I want to quote a something from the book of Aesop Jenkins, in which he always talked about love is progress and hate is expensive. You know, it's full circle for me now. I was at the library, I mean, not the library, the museum in DC, and I seen that bus. And I'm like, wow, this old beat up bus. But now I understand why. Full circle for me. So let's name the school right.
And as a summary for the online public comments, we have 115 comments about the teacher and or classified staff compensation, 29 comments about the ELA curriculum, 1 comment, Excellence in Teaching Award, 1 comment just said support, one comment, D9 school name and ELA curriculum, 2 comments about the D9 school name, 1 comment about public comment process, 1 comment about the teacher compensation and weighted student funding, for a total of 151 online public comments. And that wraps up the public comment section. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Chairman Grabowski.
Thank you, and I thank you all for your comments. Before we move on, because there was so much discussion on the budget and teacher salary, I thought I would give the chairman of our Audit and Finance Committee a chance to explain where we are in the process.
Thank you. I'm just gonna go ahead and toss it over to Mr. Prince. A timeline of the budget process that we're in. As of right now, we have, when I say 2 more budget workshops going on. So can you just go to, I know it's at the end of what we're going on with Audit and Finance, but just go to put it out there right now.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So we have coming up on April 9th, the next Audit and Finance Committee meetings. We'll present an update on the budget at that time, revenue projections and updates to some of the programs that we've been looking at throughout this process. And then we'll present a full workshop to the board at the next Committee of the Whole in April. And then by the time we get into May at the Audit and Finance Committee, we'll present what will ultimately become first reading of the budget, and then bring that forward to the board at Committee of the Whole in May for first reading at the board meeting in May. And then, of course, the second reading going into June. So we still have a couple of months of lead time and work in the process. And ultimately, when we get into late April, we should be able to present a balanced budget to the board to be able to review with all the prioritized programming. Thank you.
Thank you. So as we keep moving forward with this budget process, please join us at the Audit and Finance meeting so we can get more input, as well as the Committee of the Whole and the next board meeting as well. So when we believe at our next board meeting, we'll have one of our first voting on the budgets at that point. So, but thank you everyone for coming out and keep coming out and telling us what you want.
Thank you. We will now move on to item 4, which is the Strategic Education Committee and Student Outcomes. Ms. Bailey, are you there?
I'll be here, but I will be able to talk.
With that, I will take on, and our first item up is item 4A.
Thank you, Board Chair.
And what the board is being asked for, this is an information item and it's a monitoring guardrail to the conditions and competencies for learning. And I will recognize Ms. Allison.
Thank you, Board Chair Grabowski and Board of Trustees, for the opportunity to provide an update on Guardrail 2, Conditions for Learning. We can go to the next slide. As a reminder, at the center of this guardrail is a multi-tiered system of academic and behavioral support for students. So to just take a moment to orient us around what that is, we call it MTSS. That's the framework for how we support students. It's using data to drive instructional decisions and making sure that we have the resources aligned in the building to meet student needs, from core instruction all the way through intensive intervention. So this slide is a reference as a reminder of the 2 ways that we measure the implementation of MTSS, the SAM and the TFI, or Tiered Fidelity Inventory. The SAM is a self-assessment for MTSS, and it's conducted by the leadership team. And the TFI is a walkthrough tool specifically looking at practices designed to encourage positive behavior and student engagement. So in the beginning of the year, we lean into the self-assessment to allow teams the opportunity to examine their practices, develop a plan for refinement. In the spring, they do the self-assessment again, and then we also include the walkthrough tool, which they use to help inform those scores. The goal is for a school to be at least 70%. That would be considered operationalizing of their MTSS framework. So we can go to the next slide. And after the initial assessment this year, we saw strengths in the area of principal and team leadership, universal academic practices, and time dedicated to the district priority of data-driven instruction. Areas identified as needing attention included more dedicated review of student group data, more teacher involvement in the process, targeted behavior support, and specifically at the secondary level, universal behavior supports. In the next slide, you can see 3 rows, and each of those are the trends for elementary, middle, and high respectively. I can summarize this for you all by saying that we are on track to meet our spring 2024 goals for all 3. And in fact, we have specific cause for celebration with our high schools because they have actually surpassed the implementation goal for 2027. So we will be raising that goal for them. When we look at the next slide, we can see an additional measure for conditions for learning, which is the student sense of belonging as measured by the Panorama Climate Survey. In the fall, we saw an increase in the percentage of favorable responses for sense of belonging for both our elementary and secondary students, and the district is on track to meet the spring 2024 goal. We feel that the 3% increase for our secondary students is noteworthy. Sense of belonging is an important indicator for student success, especially at the secondary level, when we think about attendance, seat time, access to college and career readiness. It's still an area of focus for us. It is below the national average. However, we are excited to see the growth. If we go to the next slide, we can talk about future strategies, including universal opportunities for professional development, especially in the areas of learning environment and classroom management. An increased connection between our PLCs and that MTSS core leadership team, and we feel that will help elevate that that teacher voice rather. And then more strategic coaching for those schools who are below 70% implementation. We're also increasing the number of schools who are utilizing the Panorama check-in tool, which allows staff to understand where students are in the moment so they can make real-time adjustments and support students as needed. And that concludes. I think there might be a video attached to that. I'm not sure. You all can watch it. It's just some highlights of our schools and specific to climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Allison. The board will open, the chair will open up the floor to any questions. Ms. Waters? Ms. Roberson?
I don't have any.
Dr. Temple?
I don't have any, but school climate is really important for our schools. Yeah.
Ms. Watley?
I just have one. Of the climate surveys,
Yes.
I know I've asked you this before. I'm just going to ask you again because I know I have some concerned parties in the audience. What happens with the data that you collect with those surveys?
So the school climate data, you can see it's attached to our guardrails, first of all, so it gives us an overall sense of the district trends. But more importantly, it helps schools identify areas of need, areas of strength specific to student ratings. So sense of belonging, you heard me reference here. Also self-management, teacher-student relationships, school climate in general, all of that information is used by principals and their leadership teams to help identify where there might be areas of need and more support.
And does that data stay in-house or
Yes,
does
ma'am.
it get shared with like any national organizations or anything like that?
No, that is our data.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Calhoun?
Yes, really quick with the new weighted WSF model going into the schools, will we see anything that will help push up the future work for MTSS, or are we, that's only coming up from the district level?
That's a great question. So looking at data is critical in the MTSS continuous improvement process and meeting student need. So we are hopeful and we are helping schools use their data to make their decisions about the resources within their building to support their schools.
That's what I was getting at. Thank you. And I think, see Ms. Huggins is about to add something, add on to that as well.
I think Ms. Allison covered it perfectly, Mr. Calhoun. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm smart.
Mr. Kelly? Ms. McKinney, can you hear me? Ms. Bailey?
Excuse, I could hear you. My fingers just turn up very fast. I no questions.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey?
No questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Allison.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Moving on to item 4B, which is the subject before the board is a strategic selection spring 2024 K through 12 ELA, the 9-12 AP composition and language, and 2- second and third handwriting. This is an action item. And I think the chair will be recognizing Ms. Simmons. Ms. Simmons?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to share our textbook recommendations based on months-long work. And so the three motions are attached to ELA, Science and Social Studies. We will summarize all of that information in one brief presentation. And so want to start the presentation off by framing two big ideas. I don't know why the screen seems a little, particularly this screen seems a little bit cut off on the ends, but nevertheless, we have two on either side of us for reference, but we wanted to ground the opening remarks around two big ideas: the policy that's driven the work and the idea behind a curriculum adoption and a textbook adoption. And so as you can see on the screen, the policy IJJ and its administrative rule, IJJR, has really governed our work in terms of directing the process at large. And so you can see from the beginning of the year until now, the process that has been followed and in large part exceeded. We've exceeded the standard that the policy prescribes. I'll take just a moment to qualify and to be clear and specific that this tonight is a textbook adoption. I want to lift that up, but for the purpose of the board, for sure, but as well as our viewing public, that we are pursuing a textbook adoption. And this will be our kickoff, our jumpstart to developing a comprehensive curriculum that will support the textbook as a tool. So that curriculum development that will envelop this particular textbook adoption that we're pursuing will include resources, lesson prioritization, enhancements, curriculum enrichment, everything that makes it complete and comprehensive in nature. So we just wanted to take a moment to ensure that everyone understood that this tonight is a textbook adoption, not a curriculum adoption. There's a policy that governs both items. Susan?
Specific to the ELA adoption, schools were initially asked to study and review the materials based on their school communities. As we moved along the process, we knew that it was important to shift the focus to consider the system as a whole and the unique makeup of Charleston County School District. As a system, we serve approximately 50,000 students. You can see from the data on this slide that there are a lot of variables and factors to consider when making a district-wide selection. The decision we make cannot be isolated to a particular school, region, or constituent area. We're attempting to make a decision that would best serve our district as a whole.
We're not used to sharing the microphone. So on the next slide, Maggie, thank you. You see the recommendations for ELA. K through 5, handwriting, 6 through 8, high school, and then the literature and composition, AP language and composition. And so at the committee of the whole meeting, we spent time sharing the recommendations and detailing the top features of our top 2 selections. And so since the titles with descriptions have already been shared with you for tonight's purposes, we're going to call specific attention to the 2 areas from our point of view that required a little bit more study and feedback. That would be the elementary and the high school titles. And so based on the collection of feedback from teachers, principals, community members, in consideration of the tight vote initially taken by teachers at the elementary level, the feedback we received from the school principals, and then a second deeper dive with teachers, we feel confident in recommending CKLA to the Board of Trustees to approve. For high schools, the initial teacher feedback was solid for HMH into literature. When we took a deeper dive into the top 2 selections, it did reveal relative strengths for both. They were neck and neck in terms of the strengths of the 2 curriculum. And so with that, we will be recommending HMH into literature for high school. I will say, while alignment, coherence between middle and high school would have been ideal, particularly from a district perspective, a preponderance of the evidence in terms of the feedback we collected from teachers leads us to recommend HMH.
Next slide. Here you can see the science recommendations. You heard Dr. Davis present the information at the committee of the whole meeting, and all of the titles that you see on this slide are consistent with the ones that he presented earlier this month. If you move on to the next slide, the same goes for social studies. Based on the collective feedback and the information that you heard from Dr. Davis at the committee of the whole meeting earlier this month, these are the 2 titles and textbooks that we would like to recommend for social studies.
So at the committee of the whole, we promised to provide supporting documentation. We provided the Board of Trustees with the feedback of strengths and weaknesses from the deeper dive we took with teachers on March 15th. And so you've seen the slate of recommendations based on all of our work and collection of input over the last few months. And so we offer these recommendations to you, knowing that the team, we've gone above and beyond the standard in terms of vetting the sound decision of recommending to you textbook materials that will stay with us for the life of maybe 5 to 10 years. And so with that, and as always, we respect and honor your decision tonight, your final decision on these textbooks.
So the question before the board is a motion to approve the instructional materials as recommended by the district staff. Do I have a?
So move.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
The board will, the chair will now open the open
Discussion.
there's discussion. Thank you very much. The discussion.
Do I have a second?
Did we have a second?
Ms. Watley.
We have a second. Ms. Waters.
I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you so much for continuing to go back and circle the wagons every time you were asked. And thank you so much for going back to the teachers to do a deeper dive and have more discussion, because I think that alignment around this is important. I also just want to say thank you so much for also clarifying that this is a textbook adoption for folks and not a curriculum adoption, because we lost a curriculum and now we've got to do a lot of work in creating one. And so while we're getting a textbook and we need the right textbook to anchor this, it's going to be a significant, substantial amount of work to get us to the point that we were at.
Ms. Roberson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions, but I do have some comments. First, let me say, being a retired educator myself, I know that selecting new materials is a complex process. I believe that you did your due diligence and going through the process and using the materials that the State Department approved for our selection. So thank you for that. I have 3 areas that I would like to provide feedback on, based on emails and information that we received during this process. First area would be policy review. Because of the language in the current policy, maybe the staff needs to get with the policy committee and look at the language in the policy to include teachers, principals, and district staff together go through this process. And I think that that would probably take away some of the contention that was going on that we were trying to circumvent to teachers. So there's something for the policy committee to think about and possibly get with staff to look at the language in the policy. The next thing that I would like to provide feedback on is the timeline. It seems as though we are really coming close to when you needed to make your report to the State Department. So maybe you should look at the calendar and back this up a little so that we would not be dead on a week away from providing our feedback. So maybe get with your Learning Services Department and look at your calendar for review. And then my last feedback is, I think Ms. Rawlings, we talked briefly about pilot programs. And if you could speak to some of the research that you found about Pilington when you look at textbook adoptions and curricula, is it possible for this district to implement a pilot program so that we can test it out in some of our schools before we go through this process?
So for this process, that's not a possibility because we're in a state adoption cycle. And so we have to make a designation about what our textbook from the state's options is by April 4th, which, falls on our spring break next week. So we don't have the freedom or the time to engage in a pilot program during a state adoption cycle.
Got it. Okay. All right. Having said that, I look forward to the curriculum instruction department to build out the curriculum from the textbook that we adopt tonight. And I look forward to teachers building meaningful lesson plans as we educate our children in Charleston County. Thank you for your work.
And before we move on, I just want to make a clarification on the motion. This first motion, because when I'm assuming what just happened, you're just giving one presentation for the 3 motions. So right now, the debate should be focused on the first motion, which would have been the first part of the so we're not going to have 3 presentations, just so the board knows. So if you need to come back, I'll come back. But just so we're clear, this is the first motion, but we have 2 more motions to follow up. Dr. Temple.
Good evening, everyone. I've been involved in many reviews of state-approved instructional materials, and I have to say this 2024 ELA selection process was rigorous across. And I really appreciate the work that the district did to take a deeper dive by seeking more input from educators across the district. As an educator and a board member, I researched the efficacy of the state-approved instructional materials with the hopes of finding resources that improve student outcomes for all students. Choosing instructional materials is a complex process, especially when the accountability stakes are so high. From my experience, it's hard to find something that's perfect. Most textbooks need some modifications based on the research of best practices and student needs. What we approve tonight will direct the work of our superintendent and district leaders, who will need to work quickly to move forward to work with teachers and principals to develop a curriculum and the professional development that meets the educational needs of each of their school's community. Thank you again so much for the work. I appreciate all of the involvement that has been evidenced by all of the emails and the documents that you have provided to us. It's been a rigorous process. Thank you.
Ms. Watley.
First of all, I just want to give some commentary, not so much questions, because I think we've been going over and over this for months now. But I, first of all, would like to thank my principals in my district for taking the time to meet with me and answer my concerns and questions that I had, especially in regards to the teachers' voices and the very close, narrow margin. I think it was a difference of 5 teachers. Otherwise, we were split down the middle equally. So I just want to appreciate them, and also for Superintendent Huggins, Ms. Simmons, and Ms. Rawlings and the rest of your team for really, truly going above and beyond to help settle the matter and make sure that we moved into this seamlessly with this little controversy and concern. And really and truly, thank you both for taking the time when I would forward emails over to you, for taking the time to respond to individual community members and their concerns too. So I really, with all of that, everything that you guys have done, it really makes me feel confident that we're making the very best choice for all of our kids and our next generation, and they're going to come out of this ahead of the game and ready to lead. Thank you.
Mr. Calhoun.
Excuse me. Thank you. I have only one question. Again, thank y'all for your due diligence and everything that y'all are doing. But do you believe, as Chief Academic Officer, do you believe that the materials presented will lead to significant academic gains for our scholars?
Right. So thank you for that, Mr. Calhoun. Our whole intention when we realized that we were going to have to make a shift from EL to a new adoption was to make sure that we sustained and accelerate even the academic gains we've seen in all student groups, not some, not one, but we've seen all student groups increase. My goal, our priority, the charge at hand is to ensure that we continue to advance. And so I'm making this recommendation with all of that on the line.
All I need. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
I actually have a procedural question. You said the first motion. Which one are we actually discussing right now?
We're on, and I'll make a clarification on that. This is on 4B, which is the textbook selection, the spring 2024 K through L ELA, the 9 through 12 AP composition and language, and the second and third handwriting.
So we're doing which one right now?
We're doing that one. That's one. 4B. We still have 4C and
I see what
4D,
you're
which
saying.
are
Okay.
separate
So it's-
motions.
Okay, got it. Make sure we're on the same page. Okay. So Ms. Simmons, thank you. It is painfully evident that you and your team have gone to unbelievable lengths to try to hear from everyone. So thank you for that. I know that's not always easy. It's very difficult. There is one piece of this, however, I'm not tracking.
Okay.
I'll make sure I'm understanding the facts correctly here first, if I can. The elementary teachers selected wonders by a slim majority, and then the elementary principals selected CKLA by a pretty overwhelming majority. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the middle school teachers selected Study Sync. And we didn't talk to the middle school principals.
That was of the 3 choices, the middle school selection was the most definite, the one that had no questions attached to it. I think I shared at the last meeting, it was committee of the whole, that the elementary selection being so close in margin prompted further review. And at the high school level, the idea that we got feedback from schools and principals, teachers really, not principals, teachers initially requesting that we take another look is what prompted the elementary and the high school review. The middle was solid enough that it didn't warrant necessarily that review. So that's why that was missing.
Okay, no problem. I just want to make sure I understood that correctly. And then the high school teachers selected HMH, and then the high school principals selected Study Sync.
Right.
Okay, so here's the piece I'm not understanding. The district is recommending the principals over the teachers for elementary, but teachers over principals for high school. Why the difference?
Think about it this way. So I started to make a slide for you, but I thought I could explain it as well. And so at the elementary level, I think Ms. Watley just described a 5 difference margin. And so that was essentially half and half for the teachers. We took a second look with teachers, and I shared the feedback for the strengths and weaknesses or areas of opportunity. When we took a second deeper dive with the teachers, and the CKLA information emerged in terms of having more strengths, stronger. And so we looked at those 2 data points from the teachers for CKLA, as well as the convincing principal vote, as well as community vote. And so all of those things lined up from our vantage point to be a strong indication that we should move forward with CKLA. At the high school level, conversely, we started with a rather solid showing in terms of high school teachers voting for HMH. When we took a second deeper dive with the teachers, it was relatively lateral. It was neck and neck. It was very equal. And so we have 2 teacher votes pretty much saying the same thing. And so with that, we also wanted to look at the idea of alignment, coherence between middle and high. That was another reason we took a second deeper look at it in terms of coherence. What makes sense? What just makes sense is our scholars go from middle school to high school. And so ideally, we as district officials would like to see that alignment. But when we took 2 hard looks at the teacher vote, they both resonated with HMH. And so I don't want to portray that I'm going to overturn votes willy-nilly. We wanted to really hear teacher voice for a reason. I didn't take a second principal vote. I took a second look from what the teacher perspective was. And so when you line it up, we felt like we wanted to stick with, support, maintain that teacher voice at the high school level, because it stayed consistent both times. At the elementary level, we saw an uptick in terms of the strengths of CKLA.
Okay, and that makes sense. I suppose I understand it on the elementary side, copy all. But the middle school, I pulled up the slide from committee of the whole. Middle school selected HMH at 68% on the teachers. And then high school selected HMH at 64%. So 64%, we decided to go talk to principals, but 68% we didn't. That was that
the trigger at the high school level was the concern coming out of the schoolhouse. And so I didn't necessarily solicit input from teachers at the high school level. They sought out the concern in terms of wanting me and the team to take a harder look. And so if I had gotten that type of response from the middle school folks, I would have done the same thing for middle as well.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the explanation.
No, thank you, because it probably clarified some things for others as well.
Ms. McKinney?
No questions.
Ms. Bailey?
I don't have any questions, but I just want to thank Ms. Rawlings, Ms. Simmons, and Ms. Huggins for all the research and the data, and just the phone calls to clarify some things so that they could give their presentation today, so that we can make an informed decision. Thank you guys so much.
Ms. Simmons, there's no question just from reading my inbox that this was there was an awful lot of public comment that came back on that. And I would just like for you to clarify, because I think there's a lot of misconception, exactly the pool of textbooks you were working from, where it came from, who vetted it. Because I cannot tell you how many questions I got. Are these textbooks vetted and to our standards?
Sure thing, that's fair. And so I did share, I think, at the committee of the whole that we had 5 to select from at the elementary level that the South Carolina Department of Education spearheaded a vetting process of. And so I think it's important to know that all 5 have been approved and adopted at the state level. And so our purview here tonight is to adopt already adopted materials that the state has approved. And so at the middle school level, we had a selection of 3. And at the high school level, there was 3. And so you can imagine if we asked folks to dive deep and study, interrogate 5 choices, that's a lot to ask working folks to unpack. And so they got down to 2 that were relatively close in terms of the difference of 5 actual votes. And so that's why we pursued taking a harder look. It's such a consequential decision. We don't take it lightly. We wanted to do our due diligence in terms of making sure we had a comprehensive understanding of what we were getting into and making sure we heard from all stakeholders who have really a stake in the game, a real vested interest in how well our scholars do across this entire system. And so, long story short, we didn't pull these materials or these textbooks ourselves. We were given them to choose from.
And I know in a lot of my comments, I go back, and especially in talking to veteran teachers, these are curriculums, they're guidelines, they're textbooks, but it just seems like, especially from the veteran teachers, when I listen to them talk to mentoring, that, that's what makes our teachers so good, is they're the ones that are teaching, not the curriculums. So I will ask Ms. Waters, do you have any follow-ups? Ms. Roberson, Dr. Temple, Ms. Watley.
I do just have one thing. You had shared with the board your breakdown and your comparison of strengths and weaknesses. Just to answer the additional community input that we've had, I was hoping that that was going to be a part of your presentation tonight. But since you didn't have a slide on it, is there a way that perhaps you can make that available to the community members that are concerned about CKLA?
Sure. The information, am I correct, Susan, was provided to all teachers that participated? The strengths and weaknesses?
I have to say, there's been a lot of emails going back and forth that I think I know the document you're talking about, but, and yes, if that's the one, then we sent out that one pager.
It's
It was
like a
really like
side
2
by side.
pages. It was really,
Mhm.
yes,
Mhm.
that did go to all of the, yes, to all the schools.
And so I've also had some parents reaching out to me, and is there a way that perhaps maybe we put it somewhere public that where parents can look at it too?
We can make it public facing, yes.
Because those strengths versus weaknesses and the comparison, the side by side really is, the determining factor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Calhoun, Mr. Kelly, Ms. McKinney. Ms. Bailey.
No.
Hearing now, the chair will now close all debate on the motion, and just so that we are clear, this is on the textbook selection spring 2024 K through 12 ELA, the 9 through 12 AP composition and language, and 2, 3 handwriting. And the motion before the board is to approve the instructional materials as recommended by the district staff. I will now call to vote.
Aye.
Miss Bailey? She's on.
While we're waiting on the tally, Ms. Simmons, I just want to commend everybody because I think this is something you're going to actually see a unified board on.
Yes, ma'am.
They know.
And the motion is passed by unanimous vote in favor.
Thank you.
We did good.
We'll now move on to item 4C, which is the textbook selection for spring SS, AP Modern World History, and AP Psychology.
So move.
Second, the board chair will open the table for debate. Ms. Waters? Ms. Roberson?
No questions?
Dr. Temple? No. Ms. Watley? Mr. Calhoun? Mr. Kelly?
No, sir.
Ms. McKinney?
Nope.
Ms. Bailey?
No.
Board will close all debate on the motion and ask the board members to vote.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. On to item 4D, the textbook selection, spring 2024 Chemistry 1, AP Chemistry 1, Physics 1, AP Physics 1, AP Physics C, and Mechanics. And the question before the board is a motion to approve the instructional materials recommended for the use in Charleston County School District by the Textbook Selection Committee for the subjects in the attached recommendation and justification document. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second?
Second.
The chair will now open the motion up for debate. Ms. Waters? Ms. Roberson?
No.
Dr. Temple?
Just want to say, all you physics teachers, get more kids into physics.
Ms. Watley?
I ditto what Ms. Dr. Temple said. I love physics. Go yay. That's all.
Mr. Calhoun?
I should have hyped more people up for history back in the 4C.
I concur.
But no, I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly? Ms. McKinney?
No comment.
Ms. Bailey?
No questions.
Chair will now close all debate on the motion and ask all board members to vote.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We will move on to item 5, which is the Audit and Finance Committee. Does the chair of the Audit and Finance Committee have anything you want to report since Cal?
Not since Cal. We have, well, we didn't talk about this at Cal. For this meeting, for the board meeting, as of today, we have 3 action items: the purchases and contracts under over 250, the capital programs, phase 5 sale tax, as well as the Head Start and Early Head Start financial report, as well as one extra and one, which is a contractual matter that will come up in executive session. Other than that, we have nothing else to report coming from our audit and finance meeting. We can just go ahead and move forward with Mr. Craven and Mr. Craven and Mr. Baroli for 250.
Excellent. So the question before the board, is a motion to approve the list of purchases and contracts greater than 250,000 through March 14th, 2024. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second?
So move.
The board chair, the chair will now open up the motion for debate. Mr. Calhoun?
I have nothing further from audit and finance. Thank you.
Ms. Waters? Ms. Roberson?
Do it.
Go ahead.
those of you that know me know that I've had a problem with this list ever since I took this seat. I'm looking forward to Mr. Prentice as well as the procurement department to bring forth to the Audit and Finance Committee a new form of reporting the 250K contracts. So until then, I will hold all of my comments until next month.
Mrs. Roberson, can you hear me?
Yes.
So we have a meeting scheduled with Mr. Prentice and team, and we plan to bring forward a recommendation in May to address this. Appreciate you sharing your concerns.
Thank you.
Dr. Temple.
Yes, regarding the 250, I'd like to see us as we work on a new form. If these are items that we approved in the budget process, then I don't think we need to reconsider them unless there's some, particular reason to reevaluate a decision we made in the budget.
Ms. Wiley. Mr. Calhoun.
No, thank you, Ms. Huggins, for your comment about the meeting coming up, and I will ask after you have that meeting, let's also talk with Ms. Stamp on the Audit and Finance Committee and Ms. Roberson together so we can make sure we have this correct before we come to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Calhoun.
Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, Mr. Roy, I have two questions for you, sir. On line item number 1, we have the vendor listed as CDW. I want to make sure we're using CDWG, taking advantage of the governmental discounts available. And I'm assuming it's just an oversight in the report.
Mr. Rocky, you on the line, please?
I am, sir.
Did you catch that question?
I didn't catch all of it. I apologize.
The vendor listed as CDW.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure the district's using CDWG and taking advantage of governmental pricing.
Absolutely, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so the report's just not, we need to update the vendor name. Thank you. Other one, line item 10, its total is $81,000 and it's on the report for contracts over 250.
Yes, sir. This is Steve Hamer with Facilities Management. That changeover order put the overall contract over 250. And so per our business rules, if you still have the overall contract or the overall procurement over $250,000, it should still get reviewed by this board. And so that's why it's on this list.
So is the 81,000 not a correct number?
Sir, actually, I think we're looking at line item 11.
Oh, could be.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Hamer, 81,000 is the change order amount, correct?
That's correct.
Total contract over 250.
That's correct.
So what's the actual total then?
I'd have to get back with you. The original contract amount, I don't have that available right now. I can get back with you and the rest of the board members. It would have put it over $250,000, but what the original award was, I don't have it with me right now.
Okay, I understand where you're going. It's just more than anything. It's probably a legal issue here, a technical issue here. If we're approving a contract for 81,000, but the actual total is making up 270, then we're doing this incorrectly. So I would think that it should show the value, perhaps to the point already made. It should show the actual value of the contract, because just by looking at this, I think the value is 81,000, not 250 plus.
Yes, sir. Understood. Again, this is the amount of the change order, and I'd be happy to get back with you on what that final total is with this change order. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McKinney.
No questions.
Ms. Bailey.
No questions.
And Mr. Hamer, I think this goes to one of the concerns that I know I have with the 250 list is, since we are not privy to the contracts and everything and reviewing this, as audit and finance, at least the way I look at my responsibility in making sure I am relying heavily on staff because you are involved in the contracts. Procurement's involved, CFO's involved. But this change order kind of brings up an interesting issue because under our policy, anything over 250 has to be reviewed by district councils. So what is the procedure when you have a contract that is valued, below the 250 limit, and now we get a change order, and it takes it above the 250? Do we now take it, you see the quagmire?
I do, and I'll jump in on this one just briefly. Based on the source selection for this, it references a state contract number as well. So this one would likely be a change order on top of a contract that was agreed to at the state level, and we were just piggybacking. So that would be a little different than if we had executed a contract at the local level and then we're change ordering our way into it. So that's a nuance of that situation. So we'll consider all these things as we look at updating the report to make sure it's very clear.
Any further questions from the board? Hearing none, I would like to put the motion to approve the list of purchases and contracts greater than 250,000 through March 14th, 2024 up to vote. Board, please vote.
Aye.
And the motion passes. On to item 5C. Question before the board is a motion to approve the June 20th, 23 to January 2024 CCSD Head Start Early Head Start Financial Report and the credit card expenditures for November 2020. Let's back up. Check my blood pressure.
5B.
Okay. 5B. The question before the board is a motion to approve the reallocation of funds as shown as the attached resolution. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Second.
The chair will now open the motion up for debate. Ms. Waters. Ms. Roberson.
No questions.
Ms. Temple.
No questions.
Dr. Temple. Ms. Watley.
No question.
Mr. Calhoun. Mr. Kelly. Ms. McKinney.
No questions.
Ms. Bailey.
No questions.
Chair will now close all debate on the motion and ask the board to vote.
Aye.
And the motion passes. On to 5C. Question before the board is a motion to approve the June 2023 to June 2024 CCSD Head Start Early Head Start Financial Report and the credit card expenditures for November 2023 through January 2024. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Second.
Chair will now open the motion up for debate. Ms. Waters. Ms. Roberson.
No questions.
Dr. Temple.
No questions.
Ms. Watley.
No questions.
Mr. Calhoun. Mr. Kelly. Ms. McKinney.
No questions.
Ms. Bailey.
No questions.
The chair will now close all debate on the motion and ask the board to vote.
Aye.
And the motion passes. On to item 5D, which is an information item, the monthly capital projects report for January 2024. The board would recognize Mr. Prince.
Ms. Costello.
So Ms. Costello is out of the office this week on vacation. I'm happy to share anything additional on this report. Of course, she did present it in full to the committee of the whole. There were a couple of questions that were asked at that meeting regarding the presentation of information that's referenced in her executive summary in the memo. And we're going to look at including that in future reports for the board's information, but happy to answer any questions that I'm able to answer at this point, potentially.
Do any board members have any questions? Mr. Prince?
And Renee Finley is on as well in her office in case there's any specifics.
Hearing none, we will move on to item 5E, which is an ESSER update. This is an information item. I see Ms. Carlin's listed again. I'm assuming, Ms. Prince, you'll be taking on.
Yes, sir. This report was shared as well at the committee of the whole. No other updates to share at this time. We'll bring forth some additional information in the report at Audit and Finance Committee in the next, well, I guess after spring break now when we meet again, because we've got that 1 week delay. I would happy to answer any questions there if there are any by the board.
Mr. Collins?
Just want to clarify, we presented everything at Audit and Finance, not the Committee of the Whole. Audit and Finance came after Committee of the Whole this month.
Yes, sir. I apologize. Sequence got off there a little bit with the way the meeting went because we had Audit and Finance after the committee of the whole meeting. Correct.
Just want to make the clarification. So if you're looking for it, we can go back to the Audit and Finance meeting to see the full report.
Any further questions? Hearing none, we will move on to item 5F, which is the monthly financial report. Once again, an informational monthly financial report for January 2024. Since Ms. Carlin's not here, Mr. Prince.
Yes, sir. So the financial report was presented at Audit and Finance as well. As Ms. Huggins indicated to the board in the last week, we are looking at assessment data from the Charleston County Assessor's Office to be able to update the revenue assumptions for fiscal year 2025 and our year-end projections based on the collections that have been received to date. So look forward to having another update to this report going into Audit and Finance in a couple of weeks.
Excellent. Any questions for the board of Mr. Prince? Hearing none, we will move on to item 5G, which is the F25 budget update. Once again, an informational item, Mr. Prince.
Yes, sir. And similarly here, of course, this did get presented to Committee of the Whole in the budget workshop, and then we shared some information at Audit and Finance as well. So we're beginning to work on the April 15th budget workshop presentation at this time to be able to show scenarios for balancing the budget, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Prince?
Nope, just want to state again. Just want to state again, as I stated at Audit and Finance, the sooner we can get the public the timeline of what we'll actually be looking at each budget workshop and Audit and Finance meeting, that'll be definitely be for the best, so we can prioritize our time correctly.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Roberson.
I have quite a few questions, and maybe this is not the place, and maybe it's Audit and Finance, but I'm going to start because just reviewing this PowerPoint, I feel like there are a lot of assumptions, and so I think we need to answer some of these assumptions. Are we assuming that the WSF is going to be our budgeting formula for FY25?
I'm happy to answer that, Ms. Roberson. That is what staff will be presenting as a best practice model to the board for approval. Whether the board, whether the board chooses to adopt that is certainly a board decision, and we serve at the will of the board, but it will be based on cabinet level discussions along with principal and teacher engagement. It will be what we present as how we move forward to best serve kids.
Okay, so two questions. Are you going to put together a budget that shows the WSF? And are you going to put together a budget that shows the GOF?
Ms. Huggins, I'm
The
happy.
recommendation.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Prentice.
So the recommendation that we're putting together, and we shared some guidance with Audit and Finance Committee later last week, will be to have a separate fund established for the WSF to be able to account for those expenditures, assuming that's the direction. And so there would be a transfer from the GOF into the WSF, offset by the availability of the ESSER Sustainability Fund balance that was programmed to support that for the first 3 years or so.
But that's all relating to if we accept the WSF as the budget formula. What if we don't accept that? Are you going to have a budget to show the GOF by itself?
So go ahead, Ms. Huggins, I apologize.
No, go ahead, Mr. Prince.
So yeah, so if, let's just say that the board decided the WSF was not the approach to take, then that revenue would be available for appropriation in the GOF to support other programming. So we could certainly consider that, but given the priorities we saw coming out of the board workshop and the exercise that we went through, we saw a lot of consensus behind the WSF. So we were planning to present that as the primary scenario with the WSF showing funding based on the calculations that were made.
And that's what I'm talking about, is the assumption. So I guess my second assumption is, do we have enough time to put this in place? Because when I look at this, it seems as though there's a lot of moving pieces. There's going to be, and don't get me wrong, the WSF formula, it does address the equity issues, but there's more to it than just equity. When I look at it and look at the presentation, I'm concerned about the timeline. So how are we going to make sure that everyone is properly trained, that we have policies in place to make sure that everything that we are putting into place follows policy? There's just a lot of moving pieces. So I feel as though, you know, for me, we are building the ship, but while we are building the ship, we took it out of dry dock and we are sailing it as we are building it. And that looks, to me, we're going to sink. So I think I need for us to have a timeline to tell us, when are we going to, the board should know this by what time? The board should know this by what time? We need a timeline, because are we going to have all of this done by 1 July?
So we feel comfortable we can pull that together, and I would encourage the Audit and Finance Committee to review the financial services guidelines we put together. There are some key dates in there that we believe are critical to establishing the fund and to being able to establish the financial controls and other guardrails that are required on the technical side, and then ultimately have to bring some policies to the board for adoption through the budget process. There's a separate academic side to that, of course, with the guardrails and the forms and everything that are being developed for that piece. But in that financial services guardrails document, we've also included targets for training that needs to be developed, standard operating procedures, and we've already begun to meet with different departments to be able to program workflows that would be requisite to be able to move these funds forward as schools decided what they wanted to do with the allocation to put it into the particular programming, whether it's positions or into purchase services. For example, we've started doing contract review meetings this week with each of the individual schools. And so as they go through those meetings, they're seeing the WSF dollars in their allocation sheet to determine that if it is approved by the board, what those specific dollars would be programmed with. And a lot of those are positions that are currently funded with ESSER or with overlays. And so we're using average salaries and the typical method we would through the budget process to be able to make sure that those things are framed out so that HR can be able to issue contracts without all of the specific information that's required in a full contract, to be able to start recruitment so that we don't start on July 1 with a pot of money that we don't have the baseline programming for.
Okay, you said a lot, and we have 3 months to do all of that. So I have a
Mrs.
lot of
Roberson,
questions.
we're not, I'm sorry. I really appreciate your questions and your thoughtfulness around timeline and making sure that we're ready. I'm not at all concerned about, and I don't think our principals are either, about standing up the WSF. We've trained a lot of staff in project management for this type of purpose, and we feel confident that we can use the project management structure to effectively implement this. Mr. Prentice is working around the clock on this alongside some other external folks to make sure that we're prepared and that we're ready to support kids.
Okay, I have a lot of concerns about this and a lot of questions, and I will not take up any more time, but I will address the other questions that I have, because this is a lot to do in 3 months. Thank you.
I have to voice my concerns too, with Ms. Roberson on this. I mean, there has to be some type of assurances that you can give us at the next audit and finance. That, we do a lot of projections. We know we can't tell you exactly what the revenue is going to be for the upcoming year. We're pretty sure that I think you can tell us what the expenses are. At least you can give us a ballpark. But I think you have to put that together using this, new formula at the next audit and finance and say, yes, this is why we believe so strongly this can be done. I understand the implementation and getting staff trained to do this is one thing, but having that big high altitude look saying, yes, this is not going to fail, because we know what GOF does and we're used to that. But when you come in with something totally brand new, I think it's not unreasonable, given that we are 3 months out and we really went through that, the process we went last year. I just don't want to see it repeated again. So I would highly recommend whatever you could do. And I know Ms. Roberson and, I really do think we need to be sending the questions on to you. But I think at the next audit and finance, you need to be prepared to take on these tough questions, as to, yes, this can be done. And this is why I know it can be done.
I certainly understand the concern, and I think that going into the next audit and finance, we have a lot of good content that's been developed, even just in the last week, that we've workshopped with staff almost every day to be able to try to pull some of these things together and understand who the assignees are going to be. So we look forward to sharing more of that at audit and finance, and then even more at the workshop in April.
And one of the reasons, and I say this for the teachers, and because they're asking a lot, the classified, they're asking a lot, but this is a new formula. And to really be able to understand what we're going to be able to do, I mean, everybody's got to understand until we have that, it's tough to answer. It really is. It's very tough to answer. I have faith. Any further questions?
Yeah, Keith.
Miss Dr. Temple.
Yes, I'm really excited about the districts working with the weighted student funds. I think that it's time for us to address the equity issues. And as we work with the budgets, please, let's work towards getting the teacher salaries, the classified salaries, the teacher assistant salaries up into the budget very early on, so that we support our staff and they know we're supporting them, because contracts come out quickly, and we don't want to lose any of our good people, because it is the people in our system that makes education stellar for our students.
Any further questions? Mr. Kelly?
Or were you going over there?
Ms. Watley?
Okay. I just want to, I'm going to be brief. I don't really have any questions around this. I think that I hear a lot of fear and anxiety over change and doing something different. And then I understand it is a little, it's not widely used, but I have a lot of confidence and faith. And I do agree that maybe if you gave us a visual and a map of the work that's already in progress, it probably would help quell some of the anxiety that's surrounding it. But I'm not anxious about it. I'm actually very much looking forward to it. I think it's going to be great.
Excuse me. When you deal with budgets, it's not anxiety, it's numbers. And these are questions that we ask. Okay? No, it's not anxiety.
Yeah. Don't talk about
The board recognized Mr. Kelly.
Just want to make sure that there's two very similar numbers on this presentation. I want to make sure that it's not an either or. What I'm looking at is the teacher raises, which we all know are vitally important. That's the same, roughly the same total as the weighted student formula, which I've heard from many principals. They're absolutely ecstatic about it. I want to make sure that we're not looking at one or the other. Is that correct?
So on slide 14, the teacher salary increase considerations, there's 3 options, the $24 million for 5,000, and then it steps down from there. That's a separate scenario completely from the weighted student formula. So you'd be looking I think our numbers have since refined a little bit on weighted student formula to roughly $32 million as we've gone through final calculations. And then teacher salaries, if we were to do 5,000, for example, would be an additional 24 million.
Okay.
So two totally separate considerations. On that particular slide, those are three separate options. On the weighted student formula slide, that's all meant to be taken as one full option.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
terrific. Just want to make sure we can still do both.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Waters.
Just a couple of questions regarding that. I was going to reserve this, but since we're in it, you mentioned it during committee of the whole that we were going to be working within existing millage to move things, particularly dealing with debt services, to get debt service, excuse me, to get cash into to the flow. And so when are you going to be able to share more clarity around how much money? Because one of the other questions that I have is around the teacher increase is that, you know, while it wasn't presented, I think because of the assumed constraint of the millage, we didn't talk about the pragmatic approach to actually just increasing to $10,000 or by $10,000 rather than the 5. And you know, I know Ms. Roberson brought that up before, but we've had several conversations about the fact that the $58,000 total is what we want to pursue ultimately. But getting there $5,000 at a time makes it more difficult for a family to feel that than if you just gave them the $10,000. And then we have to keep coming, you know, back to this over and over again. So so two questions about how much money you're going to be able to get into flow from the movement within the millage. And then secondarily, if there is a separate scenario, to talk about what it would take to just get them where we ultimately want to go.
So the first question, particular to the millage swap between the debt fund and the operating fund, we were sharing at the last budget workshop that 3 mills was likely the target. We've confirmed that that's possible based on some restructuring within the debt fund and the growth that we've seen in revenues in the debt fund over the last 2 years. So that you're looking at about $10 million that could be shifted from debt to operating to support the general operating fund. Of course, on your second question, the real number there is just taking the $5,000 option and doubling it. So you'd be looking at roughly $48.2 million in additional cost on a recurring basis in the GOF. You know, and just comparing that against the available revenue that we were sharing in this presentation of approximately $53 million during the March presentation, you know, that would put a strain on the ability to consider other programming without increasing millage. So, you know, that's why we were kind of looking at the $5,000 option as the most sustainable in one particular year, but we're happy to consider the direction that we received from the board for consideration.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, I would like to see what it would look like and how much of a millage increase it would take. I think we've assumed that we're not going to have a millage increase because of some voices, but I don't think that we put that to a vote. And so I would like to see what that would look like.
Okay.
Ms. Roberson? Dr. Temple?
8,000, let's try.
Ms. Watley? Mr. Calhoun?
I'm just gonna reiterate what what was mentioned at Audit and Finance. If we were to take almost everything together, we're looking at trying to find $90 million for the consolidated staff, for the teacher salaries, as well as with the WSF. I know you said we start planning around to try to move debt services over or whatnot. And we have the extra sustainability, which was put down at 22.9, I want to believe. So I just want to make sure as we start coming up on these next audit and finance meetings, you can start showing us those hard numbers, because we are, like Ms. Roberson said, we're getting really close at this point.
We're going to show
Especially
you.
got to find $90 million, because anytime anybody asks me about it, I tell them to write us a check, because we need $90 million.
Yes, sir. And we'll show you a much more refined revenue scenario at Audit and Finance in April. I'm comfortable with that based on some of the numbers we've confirmed. Since we met in March, we've of course received the House version of the budget with the state revenues and have trued those up, and then have gone through the exercise on the local revenues. So look forward to sharing that with you, and I still feel pretty confident with where we are on the expenditure side and those numbers holding true. And so it's just balancing against that.
Mr. Kelly? Ms. McKinney?
No questions.
Ms. Bailey?
No questions.
The board will now close and move on to the next item, order of business, which is to convene in executive session to receive legal advice on matters involving student placement appeals, constituent matters, and legal advice. Do I have a motion? Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 entertain a motion to adjourn the executive session and reconvene in public meeting.
So move.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
We are now back into regular session.
Hold on, let's wait for this.
Yeah. Go. Hit the secretary. Board will reckon, are you ready, Trudy? Great. We'll now move on to item 9, possible actions of the executive session. The board will recognize Mr. Calhoun.
I move to uphold the constituent board's decision.
On item 9A. I so move.
I move.
Second.
A second.
Any debate? Hearing none, I'd ask the board to vote. That's right. You're right.
Abstain.
And the motion passes. On to item 9B. Is there a motion?
I move to uphold the constituent board's decision.
I'd ask the board to vote.
Abstain.
And the motion passes. On to item 9C. Do I have a motion?
I move to uphold the constituent board's decision.
Second. I'd ask the board to vote.
Abstain.
And the motion passes. On to item 9D. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I move to approve a negotiation of real estate contracts not to exceed the amount as discussed in executive session.
A second. Ms. Waters.
Ask the board to vote.
Yay.
Ms. Trudy, let that reflect. Ms. Waters, please, for the second.
And the motion passes. On to item 10. And the question, make this right. This is an action item, and what is being requested for the board to consider is the first is the motion to amend by substitution made by Ms. Roberson and seconded by Mr. Calhoun. And which is to reconsider the recommendation of the naming committee for the new D9 elementary school to be named Essa and Janie Jenkins, with the caveat of honoring key historical figures discussed by the naming committee, John and Maddie Washington, Ronnie Trey, and William Bill Sanders. It will be in the order discussing, debate, and amend and vote. The discussion can be made on this motion as well as the original motion. It would be helpful to state your position when you begin speaking. Amendments can be made to insert or add, to strike out or add in the language. And then we will be, depending on how that motion goes, then we'll be dealing with the main motion. Do I have a motion? Or
Can I make a friendly amendment? I can second and then ask for, to add Janie B. Jenkins.
Full name, I accept that, absolutely.
Excuse me. Does anybody object? Then the amendment is approved. So with that, correct. And the floor will now open up open up for debate on the motion. Does the district have anything to present?
Yes, sir, we do. There were several questions about the process at the last meeting. So we've created a brief video for the board to view about the process. The interviewees in the video are the SIC chairs who attended the majority of the meetings. We wanted to be sure that elected representatives of the schools were featured in the video. Maggie, if you would.
Our first meeting on November 16th, a diverse group of stakeholders across Johns Island and the district came together and sort of brought names. I specifically, as Mount Zion School Improvement Council, had brought Esau Jenkins because the name had been suggested by the School Improvement Council prior to the announcement that the school would not be on that site at Mount Zion. So names came from all stakers, sort of throwing them out in discussion, just suggesting names, also reviewing policy FF, district policy on the naming and what, so there's a review of that. And then also the committee recognizing that there was a gap in the stakeholders that were present, and that was the student voice that was not represented at the November 16 meeting. So discussion about a follow-on meeting, getting that student voice as part of this process as well.
First, we needed to read the guidance and see what was, what was being told that we should follow. And we followed policy FF, which was brought to us by the school board. And, the policy clearly stated, it was read at the very beginning, that these schools should be named after geographic locations, and that they can't be named after a living person, and that they strongly recommended against naming it after any individual, and that geographic locations were more inclusive and representative of the entire community.
My takeaway was to narrow down the numbers, because the first meeting had so many names. So the second meeting, they wanted to narrow it down, I believe, to 3 or 4 names. They wanted to get it narrowed down so that now we got something stronger to make a decision off of?
The second meeting was predominantly to review the student council names from our student voice, and they submitted a long list of names that we went through and considered, and ultimately decided that students will have a wonderful time talking about mascots. And continued on with the names that we had discussed at the first meeting, and then sort of each got 2 votes to narrow down really the same results at the first meeting to carry forward Esau Jenkins on Johns Island Elementary to another and hopefully final meeting.
I went on an extensive hunt to find out everything I could about Johns Island, its people, and people who were significant, especially when it came to education. Prior to coming to CCSD, I actually worked for the Charleston County Public Library, and where I was responsible for the South Carolina room. And so I reached out to the multitude of resources that I have there. And that actually led me to family members of significant people. I spoke to authors, I spoke to other researchers, and I just really took that as well as my knowledge and went on a deep hunt of everything I could find out about Johns Island. I actually spoke to the family members of both Esau and Janie Jenkins. I spoke to the family members. They're the son and daughter, the only son and daughter of Mr. James and Maddie Washington. I spoke to people who were there from the 50s and the 60s. I actually spoke to one of the oldest residents of Johns Island.
After the naming committee met, this was on the agenda for our school improvement councils to discuss, and notably Mount Zion School Improvement Council had brought forth the name Esau Jenkins, and it was through the feedback back to the student council of the discussions at the naming committee that the School Improvement Council at Mount Zion moved to Johns Island Elementary. One of the reasons moving to Johns Island Elementary is because of the commitment or the desire of the committee to honor the names that have been already brought forth, some that we don't know going forward, but also because Johns Island Elementary will serve all students on Johns Island.
At this meeting, being that they wanted to get a background of everyone who was being presented as the school name, I think that right there holds an even stronger weight on why the majority of the group went in one direction towards Johns Island, because you had so many great names, so many great people who have done so many great things for the school. I believe more people voted in the direction of the regional name versus a person name, because it's like, okay, how do we choose from the people who should be named after the school, or a way to honor those individuals? And I feel strongly that the group gave great suggestion on how to honor all the individuals that's being suggested, but they feel strongly that the region should be represented by the school. Just so everybody know, for the sake of this recording, Hermina B. Trey, she was a civil rights activist. She played a major role in the 1969 nurses strike that changed the force of America working force, as far as being balance of pay and those being worthy. She's a fighter for the communities. So when Hermina B. Trey was entered into the pod, I was honored. However, just to say, name the elementary school after Hermina, that's my mother, but still yet I believe, just like her, there are others who were recognized as one to name the school after. I believe they all are important. In this case, how do you choose from the importance of everything everybody did?
It was the first time, honestly, that I had even met a lot of the other SIC members and chairs. And it was really the first project that we got to collaborate on. And I thought it was great to meet them. It was great to see how other SICs work. And then I think, what happened is we were all just spreading out throughout the community to get feedback and then coming together and sharing it.
I believe collectively, everybody was able to voice their opinion. They were able to give their suggestions. Research really solidified for many committee members that Johns Island, there's a place for Johns Island Elementary on Johns Island, and that that there is pride in our community to send our children to school in our community neighborhood school on Johns Island. Because of the region and because of the community, people want to feel a sense of belonging and saying, this is ours. And I believe that this will be the start of building something big for Johns Island by bringing everybody together and feeling a sense of, this is our school.
Members mentioned policy FF. There's a copy of that policy included for you in your public comments folder as well.
The chair will now open the motion up for debate. Ms. Waters.
Sure, I have several comments, but first a question. The gentleman from Angel Oak, from the Angel Oak SIC, made a comment that he was told or he understood that naming a school after a person was highly discouraged, and that's not in the policy. So I'm wondering who told him that.
So in policy FF, you'll see that it says generally the board prefers. He may have been paraphrasing the word discouraged. Again, I was not a participant in these meetings, so I'm assuming that he was paraphrasing the word discouraged.
That's not a paraphrase. That means something different altogether. And so I just want to make sure that nobody walks away with the idea that this district and its policies discourage us from naming schools after people. In fact, we just named Lucy Beckham recently after a person. And so it's not discouraged. But I do want to make a couple of comments. One of the most striking things about this, disagreement in this, even this video, and all of the things that have occurred is that, in my opinion, in a situation like this, the role of the district is to take on a leadership role and be out in front, setting a standard for how we should engage the entire community. And how we should always be moving toward bringing finality and closure to a discussion. But there really has not been that. It's actually just more static, more noise in the system, but there's not any sort of leadership for bringing some closure to this. There are still people on completely disparate sides of this discussion. And one of the more concerning pieces is that the naming committee is a part of enabling community engagement. It's in the policy to set the standard that the board must first engage the community, but it's a basic level. You must at a minimum have a committee to ensure that people give input. That doesn't mean that it stops there. That doesn't mean that those are the only voices that we consider. And so I was really just disappointed in all of that. I would also just like to say to the issue itself that we know that there's been a significant change in the demographic makeup of Johns Island. We also know that the way that we engage communities and get certain voices into the conversation is not sufficient, and that it often leaves many people out of the discussion, even in instances where we are doing polls on social media, et cetera, doesn't necessarily mean we've actually wrapped our arms around the entire community and made sure all the voices are there. And because of the erasure that's happening on Johns Island, the voices that would be supportive of naming a school after work that has been historically done, those voices may not be as prevalent because there has been erasure. That does not mean that we don't have a responsibility at this point to think about the history and how we got to where we are today. I'd also just like to say, to the comment that was made on the video, that Johns Island is an inclusive term or a more inclusive term than Esau and Janie B. Jenkins. Why is Esau and Janie B. Jenkins not inclusive? Why would some child believe that the extraordinary accomplishments of this couple leaves them out somehow or doesn't speak to who they are somehow? It could only come down to race. And I think that that's unfortunate. I think it's very sad. I think it's a very clear indication of where we've come, what Charleston is turning into. And this just wasn't the discussion when Lucy Beckham was named. It seems like because the skin color of these folks is Black and the community is changing to another thing, this is an issue that's before us. And then the last thing I will say is, choosing one couple, one name, one set of heroes off of a list of many does not exclude the others. It doesn't mean that their accomplishments weren't great. It just means that in this instance, the choice is to consider Esau and Janie B. Jenkins, in addition to naming other rooms in that building after the additional heroes of the community. And with that, I just want to say, I just think it's unfortunate that we missed an opportunity to bring people together as a district, and that we instead chose to contribute to the noise.
Ms. Roberson.
Mr. Chairman, because I am the city member representing District 9, I respectfully request to speak last.
Dr. Temple.
Well, as someone who represents a section of the area, I just want to say that in reflection and looking at the process, I think the process could have been handled better, could have been more inclusive of more people throughout the community. And as for myself, the names of Esau and Janie B. Jenkins mean a lot to me. Historically, I would want to honor the work that they did for the educational contributions they made to so many children on Johns Island. And I think that there will be many, many ways to honor the list of others who contributed to that community.
Ms. Watley.
I don't really have anything to add to what they've shared, but I'll just say that my intention is to honor the people that came together on the naming committee and the work that they did. And I appreciate the video that they supplied for us so that we could actually hear from them.
Calhoun.
Yes, I have one question, then I'll go ahead and make my statement. What were the last three named schools that we had, Mr. Baroy?
Lucy Beckham, Carolina Park.
Camp Road.
Camp Road. Good catch.
Camp
Those are the
Road.
last
And there
three.
was a move for Camp Road to try to be named after J. Arthur Brown. My only comment I'm going to make, because it's hard to follow Ms. Waters, and I definitely want to get to Ms. Roberson. It's very rare that we get a chance to name a building, a brick and mortar building based on education around somebody who did work in the field of education, historic work that is recognized across this country, not just in Charleston, but across this country. So much so that his work is inside of the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian, one of our most regarded historical places within this nation, the Smithsonian. It's even more rare that we get to name a building, a brick and mortar building around somebody who worked in education, whose wife also worked in education. A couple who were so important to education, not just in Charleston, but across the country. Because a lot of that work that they did here moved throughout the civil rights movement. Not just stayed in Charleston. It went up to the Highlander School in Tennessee. It went down to Penn Center. You could see the work inside of Alabama. You could see the work inside of Jackson, Mississippi. You could see the work inside of Arkansas. You can see the work all over the civil rights movement. And once those things were taken from there, they went throughout the rest of the migration over to California. You can see how that work impacted Oakland, California. You can see how that work impacted LA. You can see how that work impacted Sacramento, all from a couple that stayed right here on Johns Island, that came born and raised right here. We have an opportunity, an easy layup to take this opportunity to name it after these two people. We should not miss this call, because who knows when the next time we will have such a great opportunity to honor two people, not just Mr. Jenkins, but Esau and Janie B. Jenkins. This one time, we have an opportunity. Let's not miss this opportunity at this point. Thanks.
Mr. Grabowski, can I make just to correct one of my comments? And I don't want to detract from Mr. Calhoun's comments by any means.
Please do.
It was brought to my attention, there were two other facilities within those three, the West Ashley Center for Advanced Studies and the Cooper River Center for Advanced Studies. So I missed two that were within that group.
It will be three, because what about Mount Pleasant?
That was, go back.
Okay.
That would have been the sixth, sir.
Mr. Kelly.
There was a comment made earlier, Mr. Chairman, that the only potential objection to this might be race related. And it's actually the exact opposite. I've heard from a number of folks, and obviously I'm not attached to Johns Island. I've heard from a number of folks who do not want Mr. Jenkins or his wife to be associated with the naming of the school. And I believe that it is not in the best interest of the district to focus on the color of someone's skin as a reason to do or not do something. I believe the false equivalence between Ms. Beckham, who was a principal in our district, and a historic figure on Johns Island, those two are not quite the same. So I actually take the opposite tact, that it is that the color of one's skin ought not to be a factor in this conversation, but rather simply the majority of the naming committee, as well as what's very clearly the preference of what's written in our policy. Preference being the term generally. That's all I have.
Ms. McKinney?
Mr. Chair, can I be recognized for a rebuttal? Because I think that spoke to what I said.
Can we just get through the first round, then I'll give you.
Sure, but I just thought in a debate, we might want to respond to a thing in the moment, but I mean, certainly don't have to.
It's my decision. Your call. Oh, my call? Okay. Fair enough. Ms. Waters.
Yeah, just having been the one who made that comment, I would ask, what do you think is more significant about a principal who had been in an area, not of that school, by the way, because that school is brand new, a principal than a historic figure whose name is in the Smithsonian, and similarly, Dorchester Road for that matter, Rivers Avenue for that matter, and all the other, what would be the difference?
Mr. Kelly?
Well, according to our policy, the naming of, if someone is to be named, there's to be someone who is, I believe the term is a meaningful contributor to the district, which is not, again, not attempting to disparage Mr. Jenkins in any way. But if we are to follow the policy, the statement is that well, right here, the person, shoot, it's right before that, sorry.
Says a person of special significance and or has made an outstanding contribution to the school or the district.
There it is.
And or.
So then, well, that to answer your question, that I would consider a principal someone who has made a meaningful contribution to the district, different than a historic figure who, by all accounts, was a fan of or was fighting for education. I'm not disputing that, but specific to meaningful impact to our district, I don't see the correlation necessarily.
Yeah, I think that's where not knowing history is just terribly unfortunate and causes us to become misleaded. First of all, education for Black students, and I do have to say Black students because at the time the schools on the islands were for Black students because that's who lived there. Education for Black students was the only way that Johns Island community could be built. People who build communities have to do so with information, with knowledge that they acquire, with the confidence they acquire through the education process. That is significant. The fabric of this school district, the fabric of education for Black and Brown children, but Black students in particular, have been impacted by those people because, in fact, there was not education, a system education on Johns Island before they entered, them and many others. And so actually the fact that it wouldn't even existed is incredibly significant. And I would also say, why, what can we, how on earth could we say that this has nothing to do with race when the exact commentary that came to my inbox, the comments were, we don't need to be concerned about history. We need to be concerned about those who do live here. Well, the only difference between the folks who did live here before and the folks who do live here now is race and its socioeconomics. And so if it's not race, it's class. Either way, we shouldn't be making decisions based on those things.
Anything else, Mr. Kelly? You have anything rebuttal? Ms. McKinney?
Yes, sir. What I would like to say is a repetition of what Ms. Jenkins and Ms. Middleton said, in that there are so many wonderful heroes to be recognized. I would like to see the elementary school named Johns Island Elementary School and have a hall of heroes in the building to recognize all the people that were considered and even maybe some that were not considered, that we are still building blocks for our education out there.
Ms. Bailey?
Yes, I want to say I didn't think about that, but I concur with Miss McKinney. But I would also like to take the time to thank the naming committee for their time and effort and the diversity of the group that came together to make that school naming decision possible. They are much appreciated. And yeah, I concur with Miss McKinney with the name Johns Island Elementary and a hall of historians to be named throughout the school. Thank you.
Mr. Grabowski, may I say one thing before you go to Ms. Roberson?
I think I get to speak.
Oh.
This is by far, when I think about decisions and considerations, by far, I think one of the most difficult votes that I've been presented with. And I think it's because of the emotional side that has been brought up. I understand Mrs. Waters' position on the racial makeup. But I also understand Mr. Kelly's, position. I respect both of them. And I appreciate all of the insight because I did not know who Esau Jenkins was until Mr. Calhoun in his first comment forced me to go research, the incredible stuff that's been done. And one that has tried to pride himself on, doing a lot of symposiums on great people. They came under the radar. But this is tough. I don't think there's a winner in this one at all. I do know from looking at what's been presented and how Esau and his wife have been, represented in the district is incredible. But I also see the amount of work and what we ask our committees to do. I think this would have been one for public hearings. I don't know how the process, could have been, done better, but I don't think it was done to really be able to sit here and have to post. Anyway, Ms. Roberson.
Thank you. Before I make my statement, let me just say that I find it concerning that the video that was shown only included 3 members of the naming committee. So I'm not sure what to make of that. But tonight, this is very emotional for me. I grew up in Sea Islands. So I will not be speaking extemporaneously because this is so important to me that I need my constituents to hear my voice tonight. There are currently 2 different fabrics of residents living on Johns Island. The natives, which we call the Binyas, and the new residents, the Kamyas. Both groups want their voices to be heard in this naming process. My constituents who are the natives, both Black, white, and brown, who reached out to me as their representative, are in agreement that history should be preserved in the naming of the new elementary school as the Esau and Janie B. Jenkins Elementary School, which is in alignment with policy FF. My constituents that are the new residents, they too are correct in wanting the school to be named Johns Island Elementary, as they too are in alignment with policy FF. None are wrong, but it's based on the seats that they're sitting in. So tonight, we, the board, we are tasked to make the final decision of what the new school should be called for years to come. Our decision should not be based on race, politics, or personal biases. As the sitting member who represents Johns Island, before voting tonight, I ask that you consider the why behind the naming of the following schools. Consider why they named Simmons Pinckney Elementary School. Behind the lives of a blacksmith and a slain senator. Consider the name Jane Edwards, an African-American who taught for 66 years and is the longest serving educator in South Carolina. Edith L. Frierson, a woman who is short in stature, but mighty in words. And forgive me if I become a little emotional, Irma B. Ellington, the short lady that took my hands in 1970 from my mom as I entered first grade. The district honored their work, their sacrifice, and their commitment to community and education. I ask that you vote with me tonight to name the new D9 Elementary School, Esau and Janie B. Jenkins Elementary School. A husband and wife combination who understood their assignment 70 years ago, that education was fundamental and children in rural areas deserve to be educated in schools. So they created the citizenship schools to teach adults and children to read, amongst many other significant things. And their contribution to the Sea Islands will live on forever. To marginalize this opportunity tonight to a geographical area would be egregious. Thank you.
Ms. Watley, did you want to say anything?
I just want to say not naming it after Esau
and Janie Jenkins. It's not to take away from them. I just want to make that clear. I'm just gonna honor the work of the naming committee and all the effort that they've put into it.
Dr. Temple?
I just want to say, you know, our policies are designed to guide us, but not to lock us in when we know something else could be meaningful. We've named so many things in so many schools, and not just Lucy Beckham. We have other schools in Mount Pleasant, around the islands, North Charleston. They're named after people who've been significant. And the one thing about Charleston is that our history matters to us. And if we don't honor the history that we have and the lessons we've learned from people who have worked so hard to help the society here be the best that it can be, we can miss a real opportunity. And I think that the Jenkins and the work that they have done is so significant to so many people that I think we should take that lesson and use it to the best of our ability, make a decision to help the children who go to that school know how significant it is that they can go to school because of the work that people did before them.
Grandparents, great-grandparents.
Any other board members would like to comment? Ms. Waters?
Yeah, I don't want to step away from this point that we as a board have to have higher expectations, that when there are issues that are coming up as a community or from the community, that the district should really be leading the charge on getting clarity. I do not appreciate in any way that that video was totally one-sided. I do not appreciate in any way that it was intended to dig heels into the sand on an issue when the district should be a neutral party committed to hearing all sides of an argument. And I do take issue with that positioning. There has not been leadership demonstrated in this matter.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. We need to do something about that.
The chair will now close all debate on the motion to amend by substitution and ask that it be brought to vote. I think it just.
Substitution by. Okay, it's not a motion of substitution. Substitution by Robert's rules has to have at least a paragraph. So what I believe, I don't want to speak for Ms. Roberson, but I believe what she's intending to do is actually a strike and replace, if that's correct, ma'am.
That is correct. The motion is to amend the original recommendation to name the school Esau and Janie B. Jenkins Elementary School, keeping the caveats that was brought forth by the naming committee.
Yeah, I think we need some legal advice, reference to that video to be one-sided.
Parliamentarian.
Move to strike.
Two names, the new D9 elementary school, Esau and Jamie. Honoring of key historical figures, John and Maddie Washington,
Hermina Trey. Correct.
Ms. Chair Grabowski,
Ms. Roberson did.
Yes.
could we?
Ms. McKinney.
It's hard to hear everything that's being said. Could we see the motion on the screen, or could it be stated one more time?
She's typing it up, Ms. McKinney.
Okay.
Right now. They'll be on board.
Mr. Calhoun
Thank
was the
you.
one that seconded it.
Okay.
Miss Trudy, Mr. Calhoun.
Motion to amend the original recommendation to name the notes. So Janie B. Jenkins.
Miss McKinney, we can hear you whispering.
I do.
Is that correct? Are there any objections to the motion as written? The motion before the board is a motion to amend the original recommendation to name the new D9 elementary school Esau and Janie B. Jenkins to include the honoring of key historical figures, including John and Maddie Washington, Hermione Trey, and William B. Saunders. Motion by Darlene Roberson and seconded by Darren Calhoun.
Windows.
Nay.
Miss McKinney.
I can't talk much louder. I said nay. Did you hear me?
Yes, we heard you. And the motion fails. On to the second motion, the main motion. The motion before the board is the motion to name the new D9 elementary school, Johns Island Elementary School, to include the honoring of key historical figures, John and Maddie Washington, Hermione Trey, and William B. Saunders. Do I have a second?
A second.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Board recognize Mr. Kelly.
After the phrase, after the word Saunders, I'd like to include Esau and Janie B. Jenkins.
Do I have a second?
Oh, that's right. They did get stricken off because of it. I second.
Second.
We need to bring the amendment to a vote.
That was a good catch.
So it is a motion to amend the motion to include Esau and Jamie Jenkins. Janie B. Jenkins. Seconded by Ms. Watley. No, the motion is up. The chair will open the floor for debate. Are there any board members that wish to comment? Here.
You know, this is like an editing thing. So why don't you just take off the and before William Saunders, put apostrophe, and then add and
After Saunders.
after Saunders.
The teacher.
Editing, yes.
Did you get that, Ms. Trudy?
No, she's right. Motion to amend. I made a motion to amend.
Just voting on the motion to amend.
Ms. Guthridge, unintended consequences, Mr. Esau and Janie were not on there, so he amended it to make sure that they were still on there. Yeah, that's all.
Ms. McKinney, did you hear the amendment?
I did, thank you.
Are we gonna vote on this?
Who are we missing?
Oh.
Ms. McKinney, we're missing your vote.
She made the changes. Okay, yeah. They were making sure the grammar was correct, Ms. Trudy.
And the motion passes. So I'd like to bring the motion, the amended motion to the table to name the new D9 Elementary School, Johns Island School, to include and honoring key historical figures, John and Maddie Washington, Hermione Trey, William B. Saunders, and Esau and Jenny Jenkins. Jenny B. Jenkins.
The original I made last month. I don't know who made the second. Who seconded it last month?
Leah.
Leah did.
I'd ask the board, is the vote?
Keith,
Yes.
your one does get the vote.
Aye.
And the motion passes. I'd like to make a motion to move into executive session to discuss legal matters regarding a potential pending lawsuit. Do I have a second?
You need to make a motion to amend the agenda.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Amend the agenda.
First, I need to make a motion to amend the agenda to include an executive session to consider legal matters regarding potential litigation. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I'd ask the board to vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Do it one by one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Ms. Waters? Ms.
Yes.
Aye. Dr. Temple?
Aye.
Ms. Watley?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. McKinney?
Aye.
Ms. Bailey?
Aye.
Aye. Now I'd like to make a motion to convene into executive session to consider matters regarding a potential litigation.
A second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Now in executive session. Entertain a motion to reconvene into open session.
I'll move.
Get a quorum.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are back into open session.
I move that we consent to become a bellwether plaintiff and legal action.
Discussed
Second.
by- Any debate? Hearing none, the board chair would ask vote
Do a round vote.
by, it has to be by voice. Ms. Waters,
Aye.
Ms. Roberson,
Aye.
Ms. Dr. Temple,
Aye.
Ms. Watley.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly, Ms. McKinney,
Aye.
Ms. Bailey.
Aye.
Aye, unanimously passed. Upcoming business. Upcoming meetings. We have the audit and finance on April 9th, 2024. April 15th, we will have a budget workshop in the committee of the whole meeting. And Ms. Rory, is that a special meeting on the potential 250?
It was for two reasons, sir. One was the potential 250, so we had the 2-week lead time to execute contracts for the summer, like we did last year. And there would be an executive session item related to the organizational chart for Mrs. Huggins.
So hopefully, oh, yeah, okay. And then the April 29th, 2024 board meeting.
Mr. Chair, on the April 15th meeting, can we set an early time so that we can attend the Nehemiah?
The board will open up, the request is to change the start time for the budget.
Just, yeah. Is it gonna be at 2:15 or earlier?
But the meeting itself, the meeting itself would have.
Yeah, I think the real issue is, do you want to change the meeting, the board meeting time? Because we can push back the workshop in alignment with the board meeting time.
Mhm.
This was discussed during the committee, during the agenda setting. And the timing just simply doesn't work. It just, between the workshop and the cow. And I think the Nehemiah thing is at like 4 or something.
No, the Nehemiah is at 7.
It's at 7.
7.
I think the
It would turn
critical,
the entire day into.
I think the critical thing is, I know Miss Waters was planning on attending. I know that I was invited.
Mhm.
And I said I would come. However, I did let them know that I was going to have to run the meeting and make sure we have a quorum. I mean, as long as we have a quorum, board members are free, to make that decision. And we only need a quorum of 5, correct?
Yeah, I just think, given that so many other elected officials have committed, it would look
Right.
bad if the school board had poor representation.
I agree. I agree. That's why I'm trying to say I would rather keep the times correct, with the understanding that, the key is trying to keep the quorum.
But then maybe if the budget starts at 2:15, that we move right into the cow right after. So we shorten the break time.
Well,
The superintendent committed to being there as well, just
Right.
FYI.
We're going to need that 2 hours, those 2 to 3 hours. We need to go ahead. The budget workshop is on audit and finance.
Oh, the budget, okay.
Yeah, we're not talking about changing the board meeting.
Oh, okay.
Budget workshop is
calendar.
audit and finance. We will
Okay.
discuss bringing that up earlier.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think that's, the budget workshop can be worked up, it allow us at least 2 hours before the 5:15, and we'll roll straight into the cow.
Is there any, and I guess this is a
That's
question for
3
Mr.
hours.
Kelly, has there been any consideration, given that you all have already started talking about this, to make sure that the agenda is brief so that we can be present at such an important community event?
I haven't seen any draft agenda yet. I don't know
Yeah,
I don't know what the district is bringing.
No,
what
that's
other-
fair.
What other board members might file.
I would ask that the district also keep its piece brief because the superintendent has committed to being there as
I'll
well.
work with Mrs. Huggins and she's fully aware of that dual commitment and we'll work to tighten up the agenda as
Yeah,
best we
tighten
can.
it up because
Yeah,
it'll
I think
take
that's
us
the
a
best,
half
yeah,
hour
best
to get
commitment
up
for
to
you.
the Nehemiah.
And then I'll just make sure that, we have a quorum. And that's, all I can ask. With that, is there any other business? Hearing none, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
We're done.
You take a vote?